Hello, everybody. We'll wait for just a little bit more for the other people to join in, and then we can get started. So we have, I think, 10 people, right? All right, so I'll get started. And hello, everybody. This is Abhay tuning in from India. And today I'll be conducting a workshop on exploring the possibilities and getting started with 3D typography. A little bit background about myself. So I am a final year multimedia communication design student at CIT India, which is situated in Assam state. And throughout these years, typography has been one of those subjects which is very close to my heart. And I've got the opportunity to explore typography, be it in traditional drawing way, calligraphy, and different sort of digital mediums as well. But the most important and the visually pleasing medium was for me was 3D typography. And I started playing it in abstract forms and different shapes, combining different letter forms and so on. Today, I'll be taking all of you through the whole process of how I approach my creations, my visual designs of 3D type. So starting off, I'll show you some of my recent work. So this is from 36 Days of Type. So if you don't know what is 36 Days of Type, it's a challenge where you for the 36 days straight, you have to make one letter every single day in your own style and post it on Instagram with the hashtag 36 Days of Type. So for that, I started exploring with different abstract forms to make letter forms like A, B, C, D, E, and so on. So here you can see all the other forms as well. The some of them are really fun to make, and some of them took a little bit more time and effort to make. Uh, but when you see the output which comes out, the rendered, it feels as if it has very physical, tactile material properties to all of them. Why is that? Because in 3D design, we have the freedom and the capabilities to replicate real life materials in the and incorporate them into our own designs. So the software required with for this particular workshop is Maxon Cinema 4D and Adobe Photoshop. And the flow of the workshop will be first, I'll be starting off with the modeling process. What is modeling? In the modeling process, we plot our scene, we set up our scene, we create all the elements, and then the next stage is texturing. In the texturing stage, we texture our different elements, and this particular stage is a stage where we have the capability to texture individual pieces of the whole thing to make them to replicate the real life materials like glass, metal, plastic, and so on. And then the third stage is lightning. In the lightning stage, we create a proper backdrop. We'll take our all ready to use 3D model and the textured 3D model on the backdrop. We'll create a whole lighting setup around, and then we'll be rendering the whole thing. And then for the post production, for minor tweaks in the color correction, brightness, and hue and saturation, all these things we are going to tweak in the final stage of post-production in Photoshop. Okay, so this is how the output would be. And today in this workshop, all of us are going to create this kind of visual design with our first name. So this is going to be really exciting for us because you'll get the opportunity to use your first name and compose a visual design and 3D visual design for the whole thing. I'll be sharing across our drive link, which will be having the source files for the Cinema 4D. This is another example of a visual design I made a couple of days back, which says candy, and it's on top of a cake. So I took the 3D model of the cake and used the words candy and followed the exact same process which I'm going to show you in the workshop to make the scene. Now, the thing with the 3D typography, which is very interesting, is that you can create a scene and you can actually take the camera in the physical space and capture the scene from different spaces. In this scenario, capturing means rendering the whole scene. And this is the most like recent piece I created for this particular workshop. And now let's get into the process. So I'll fire up the Cinema 4D. I'll be sharing across the source files with all of you as well. So please go ahead. I hope you have installed Cinema 4D in your computer. And please go ahead and download this zip file. In the zip file, you will find these files. You'll find stage 1 starting from the modeling to texturing, rendering, lighting, and then rendering. So I'll start off with the modeling process. I'll first of all, I'm going to show you all of these files. Yeah. So in the modeling process, as you can see, we have the 3D model setup. Right now, in this particular stage, we don't have any texture to it. That's why it looks very chalky and very stiff in nature, and it does not have specific material properties to it. So in the first, I'll be showing you how you can create this thing. And please feel free to follow along with me and use the source files which I'll be providing you. Okay. Then in the next stage, we have texturing. Yeah. So in the texturing, you can see in the existing model which we had created in the first stage, I used different materials. I'll be showing you how you can create these materials quickly. And then in the next stage, we have made a backdrop with the lighting setup as I have shown you in the previous file. So this is a stage which we are going to use. And then finally, we are going to take the whole scene and render out the whole scene. So you can go ahead and follow along with me throughout the process, or you can also alternatively take if you're finding the process to be a little bit difficult to follow, since it will be probably the first time for you to be using the 3D. If that's the case, then you can use the final file. So and then you can tweak these letter forms with your first name. So it says my name right now. If you click here, I'll give you a rundown first of the whole Cinema 4D interface and how it looks like. So it's a interface which on the front you can see everything. On the left hand side we have all the modeling tools. On the right hand side you can see we have all the objects. So objects are as in layers in Photoshop. So we have objects, individual objects in the physical space, which we'll be plotting. This will be shown on the right hand side. Okay. On the top, we have this particular tool is a live selection tool, which is basically the selection tool. If we want to select a particular object, then we can use this tool. We have the move tool, we have rotate tool, and then we have scale tool as well. So just to give you an example, if I'll quickly take a cube. So here you have all the tools for moving, rotating, and scaling. And This is coordinate system. So you can make a global coordinate and the local coordinate system as well. I'll be showing you in a little bit how you can use the coordinate, local and global coordinate system to arrange all of the objects in your scene. Here we have all the basic shapes. You can use cylinder, cube, capsule, pyramid, all these shapes. Then we have different options. We can use camera from here. We'll be using lights from here. And then these are the render settings. So this is the render setting. And this is when we will be rendering our scene. We'll be using this play render button. Okay. At the bottom, we have our timeline. Here, this is our animation timeline. So, but for this workshop, we won't be doing any animation, but if you want, you can explore this aspect as well. And this shelf at the bottom, this one is material shelf. So you can double click at this particular stage, this section, and create individual materials. We'll be doing that in the uh, texturing stage. Here we have all the attributes. So you'll be choosing the objects and then you'll be tweaking the attributes from this part. So let's say if you're taking cylinder, then we'll be tweaking the radius and the height and all those aspects of the cylinder. Okay. Uh, Today I'll be starting off. So the goal is to create something like this by using your first name. I'll be starting off with one of our amazing organizers named Erin. So let's get started with the modeling process. So the very first stage, we have the interface and we'll come here to our primitive shape tools and we have text here. We'll click on the text and we can click here and change the text to the individual letter forms. So for this particular workshop, I'll be using Titanium Web Black typeface. For every letter, we'll be creating a separate layer. Okay, so ERIN. So we'll be starting off with E. So we have our E in place. Okay, and then now you can see we can take our selection tool and select the object. We can take our move tool and move the objects in the plane. Uh, we have three axes here. We have Z axis, Y axis, and X axis. On the top, you can see the navigation. So just in case you get confused with the interface, then you can look up to the navigation and see how at which spot you are. But basically, the green arrow will show you will represents Y axis. The red one represents X axis, and the blue one represents Z axis. Okay. Then we'll be renaming this layer, so you can double click on the text on the name of the layer here on the object, and you can click here and you can name it E. Then you can click on the object and you can hit Control C, Control V to duplicate the thing, and then we'll make it R. But if you're dragging it, you'll notice that it is still E, it's not R yet, because we are just changing the name of the object, but not the attribute of the actual object. If you'll come at the bottom, you'll still see we have text spline E and the typeface E and the typeface Titanium Black. So we'll change this E to R. We have R, and then we'll be shifting, we'll be creating another copy. We'll be moving again, we'll be making this I. Again, following the same process, coming down, we'll be duplicating the I and moving it again. We'll be changing it to N. So now we have all of the letter forms, which is ERIN. Now, if you want to see how the geometry of these letter forms, which is in the physical space, if you want to see this, then you can come here at display. Then you can click at Gouraud shading, lines. If you click on the line, you'll notice here that we have these geometry, this kind of geometry for this letter form. Now we'll be increasing the depth of the of all of the letter forms. So we'll be selecting them. If you want to uh, select them, all of them at once, you can click at one object, press shift, and then click all of them. Then you'll be able to easily select them all. Now, whatever, since we have selected all of the objects, whichever actions we'll be performing will be for all of the objects, right? For all of the individual objects. So here we have depth. When we will be increasing depth, it will be in the Z direction. So let's do that. And so you can see if I'm increasing the depth, so it says 47 centimeter, 50, 52. So the depth is increasing as I'm increasing the this depth parameter in the attribute channel. Okay. Now we'll be creating our base, which is circular base here, this. So if you notice, this particular base is fundamentally a cylinder, but a very wide radius cylinder with a very little height. Okay. So moving on to the next stage, we'll take our cylinder. Again, you can make sure you use these tools. Right now, I'm using the shortcuts, so you can use rotate for R, scale for T, and then move for E. So if I come and click on the move tool, I can take my cylinder, I can move it in the space. If I'm clicking on the Z-axis section, then I'll be able to move this part as well. Okay. So now I'll be decreasing the height of this thing. So I'll decrease the height by coming to the attributes channel, and we have radius, height segment, rotation segments. So I'll be describing what the segments mean in a bit, but first we'll be going with the height. Okay. So we have the height here. So I'll decrease the height, and yeah, this much looks a bit fine. Maybe I'll do this much. Yeah. And we can increase our radius from here. Alternatively, you can also use this uh, toggle bar to change the radius of the whole thing as well. So yeah, change the radius, move it at the bottom. Now we have our stage set. To move in the space like this, the way I'm moving in all of the orthographic views, you can press Alt on your keyboard and then click. So this way you'll be able to toggle on all of the axes. So you'll be able to move here in the workspace rather than moving the objects in the workspace. If you'll notice here, we have the edges here in this particular model. We have the edges which are clean. They look as if they are seamless and integrated in one section, but here it looks jaggy. So that is the part which, when it comes to increasing the segments, so we'll be increasing the rotation segments of this base. So increasing the rotation segments, 33, 34, 35. Let's make it what, 50. But also remember, the more geometry we'll be increasing in the 3D environment, the more rendering time it is going to take. Okay. Now we have our base setup. We have our letter form setup. In this, letter forms have subtle cuts at the edge, and it makes it look more bouncy, more soft at the edges. Let's do that here as well. We'll be selecting all of our letter forms. We'll be coming to caps here, attributes, and we'll be increasing the size of the bevel shape. So you can choose different bevel shapes here. I'll be going with the round one. And now we have this kind of edges at in all of our letter forms. In a bit, I'll be turning off these geometry lines so that you'll have a better idea of how the model is coming out. So we'll make it around 9. Now, if we want, we can also come in the object. We can increase the subdivision. Now, what subdivision does is it will increase the geometry. It will make the model more heavy. But since it is a straight and we don't, there is no requirement for us to increase the subdivisions here. Now I'll be arranging all of these individual letter forms and creating a beautiful composition out of it. So I'll be rotating. If you will notice here, we have all the letter forms rotated, flipped, and all those things. So I'll be coming to our rotate tool. I'll be rotating it in this space. You can also adjust it this since we are working with the 3D, and this is a beauty of 3D that we can also arrange all the elements in Z axis, so that there is a kind of a depth in the letter forms staging as well. Moving individual letter forms. So if you'll notice here, we have the letter form sinking in. We don't want that because it creates a collision between two different surfaces. Now, this is a word axis. So if you are in the object axis, the lines of the axis plane will be arranged in this format. But if you change it, so if you're moving it in this, it will move in the direction in which the object is rotated, right? Now, if you're going to click on the coordinate system, now we are in the global coordinate system. In the global coordinate system, all of them are uh, at 90 degrees. So here we adjust them. So when we are arranging all the elements, it's always a good idea to resize different objects based on the depth or based on the difference in staging we are creating. So if I'm putting this a little bit behind and taking this a little bit front, taking this a little bit more front. Now we have a much more interesting composition if you realize, and the objects are not colliding, but rather we are looking it at a certain angle in a physical space so that it looks visually pleasing. Now, if you realize from this angle, the objects which are at the front, they look slightly bigger than the objects at the back. You can keep that if you want to do that, but if for the time being, I'll be shrinking them down a little bit. So all of these are moving pieces throughout the process. We can anytime. The whole 3D pipeline has processes to it, like starting from the modeling till the rendering. But feel free to make it more of a flexible way to organize and change all of these different attributes. So let's say if you're in the lighting stage and you don't like how the light is bouncing on all of these elements, feel free to come back to the modeling stage and tweak the positions, tweak the individual components or subdivision surfaces or the geometry as well. So now we have a fairly good scene setup. The M looks a little bit bigger. We'll shrink it down just a touch. Okay. So now we are going to move to the next stage where we'll be creating these small spherical balls, metallic balls on the stage. I want to give them a little bit more of a floating on top of the stage look. That's why when I'm pressing Alt on my keyboard and moving it into the stage, you can see there's a gap here. And this, when we'll be lighting our scene, the shadows will, the light will bounce on the individual objects, and it is going to create this interesting shadow areas at the bottom of them. Okay. So coming to our this panel, we have sphere. Click on the sphere. We have a sphere which is very big in size. Again, we'll come back to our attributes. We'll shrink the size down. We'll come here. We'll adjust the radius. You can use, if you want to make your workflow a little bit more faster, you can use this to change the radius instead of going to the right hand side attributes panel. So in this composition, we have all of the balls settled down. These individual sphere metallic balls we have settled down, but here in this particular example, you can see I have made all the balls floating. So we'll make these individual spheres floating in this particular example. Some of them I'm gonna touch them down to the surface. If you'll notice, the sphere has some sharp edges. Okay. In order to tackle this issue, we can come here to our segments and we can make them 50. Now the geometry has increased. The render time will be obviously a little bit more, but then you'll be having a much more smoother results. Come here. You don't have to always go into the primitive shapes and select the sphere, then tweak the segments every single time. You can just come to the objects panel, Control C, Control V, change them, Control C, Control V, spread them out in the whole composition. When we'll be rendering the scene, we can change the position of different objects if we feel like that at the last stage. Some of them objects need a little bit tweak in the positioning. We can do that in the sizing and shapes as well. Okay. If you notice, all of the spheres are in the surface except this particular sphere. One pro tip is that you can click the middle mouse button anytime, and in the middle mouse button will show you different planes in the 2D format, so that you don't get lost in the planes, and you don't have to if you have a bigger monitor, you can use all the four screens to make your workflow a little bit faster. If you'll be coming to the side view, you will see we have all of these geometrical pieces. At the front, it is floating. This one is in the surface. If you want to make them exact, so you can take some of them and patch them exactly here. And this way, you'll be able to work more precisely within the software itself. Okay. Now, we are pretty much done with the modeling stage. We can proceed towards the next very important stage, which is texturing. Now, in the texturing stage, we are going to simulate the real life materials in the composition itself. Okay. How we are going to do that? Now we have our scene setup. We have all of the objects on the right hand side. We come down here and you can double click at this bottom panel. If I double click, it says matte, which means material here. Now you can double click on this material. We are trying to achieve this kind of glossy effect. If you want to make this kind of glossy effect, we'll replicate the slight properties of plastic and the properties of the glass as well. This is very interesting when it comes to 3D, that you can not only replicate the physical materials, but you can also mix and match the materials as well. So I'll be mixing down two materials. It will be more of a glossy plastic, like plastic ball with a thin layer of the glass on top of it. All right. So right now it's very basic. It does not have any attributes instead of color and basic reflectance. We'll be tweaking the colors. Let's take our red. Since we want to make this kind of visual, we'll be using the color gradation with different materials. So you can't use gradient for just for one material and use it directly. You can do that, but that won't give you a very precise result since we have all the objects flipping and rotated in the plane. You can come now to the reflectance panel, go to add, click on reflection legacy. Now it instantly becomes like a chrome ball, like a metallic chrome ball. But we don't exactly want that. So we'll decrease the global reflection brightness to around 20. We'll, if you want to create a whole scene in the more uh, metallic texture, then you can increase the roughness here. But I'll keep that to 0 since I don't want that. I'll decrease the reflection strength a little bit as well. I'll come to the texture. Now, this is a very interesting part. Now, here you can come and you have all of these interesting options to replicate a look and feel of a plastic, PVC, metal, anything, glass. So I'll click Fresnel here. Soon as I click Fresnel, so Fresnel will give us a plastic with a gloss on top of it as we want the look which we are trying to achieve here. And we can tweak these materials once we are move forward in the rendering stage. We can tweak all of these materials. That's not a problem. So here we have specular strength. I'm not going to tweak it. Maybe I'll tweak it just a touch. But the specular is the white highlights the blocked sections which you see on top of the material. This is called specular. Okay, so we have our first material ready. I'll put it here. Now, if you'll realize, if I'm moving in the space, it is instantly shining, which is very cool because now we have replicated the look and feel of a glass here. Very similar to the object, we can easily come here and we can copy the materials as well. So click on a material, Control C, Control V. You have a different material here. On the right hand panel, the moment, so if I want to apply any material, you can drag the material and put it on top of the object, or you can drag the material and put it on top of the object on the objects panel as well. If you'll click, just in case you have multiple materials on one stage and you get confused which material is applied to which particular object, come to the right hand side, click on the material, and as you'll realize, it is applied to E and now it is in the yellow outline. So I've created a copy of this. I'll make it just a little bit more dark. I'll follow the same process. I'll drag it on top of my main object. Again, I'll copy the same material. I'll come here. I'll tweak the darkness. I'll copy the same material and I'll follow the same process. So now if you'll realize that I've not tweaked the properties of the last material, but I've applied it first on the object before tweaking the properties. So that's not a problem at all. You can use the material and then you can tweak the properties and that will be automatically updated in the actual scene itself. Now I feel like that we can make N a little bit more dark and we can make I slightly more dark as well. And here I'll increase the saturation a little bit. All right. So if you will notice, we have this in place. Now we have 4 materials applied to 4 different objects. We'll be moving to the next stage where we'll be making all these spherical balls in the sort of a metallic golden and silver texture. We'll come here and since we want to make it golden, so golden is a very interesting color because it is fundamentally dark yellowish with the shades of brown. So we'll take estimated this color. We'll come here to the reflectance. Again, we'll go to add. We'll click on reflection legacy. We can come on the texture and go on the surfaces. On the surfaces, we have fire, earth, cloud, cyclone, rust, metal, anything you think of. You can mix and match in the form of different layers, one on top of the other. And here we'll be going with the basic metal one. Now, if you'll notice, we have the original color coupled up with the accents of blue. We don't want that because it's a default color when you're choosing the metal here. It's a default color. We'll decrease the roughness here, and now we'll click on this blue to make it more golden. Double click on this. You have the gradient band on top of it. Now click on the blue color. Double click on it and change the blue to more of a dark yellow kind of color, more of a mustard color. You can always come back and tweak the material properties anytime you want to. We'll put these material on different spheres here. I'll turn off the geometry since we are not now in the modeling stage. I'll go to the display. I'll click on Gorard shading. Now we have all those lines which were distracting us, and we can use the golden color according to ourselves. Now, since it's a metal, we just want to make this thing in the silver color. We'll copy it. We'll come here and we'll tweak it. Silver is more of a gray. So in the gold, it is more of a mustard yellow. So similarly, in the silver, we have grayish tones. We'll come and we'll change this section as well from the yellow to the gray. And here we have our silver material as well. We can make this more interesting by decreasing the roughness and increasing a little bit of a specular. Maybe tweaking down the color, making it a little bit more lighter. And here the material updated on top. Yeah. So we can take this material and we can apply it to the remaining spheres as well. Time for the last part, which is bottom stage here. So here I'm using a shade of a turquoise and a blue. So I'll be making that material. So playing with the gradient is very interesting. Here in Cinema 4D, you can click on the texture, click on gradient, go inside the gradient and change the gradient to more of this blue color and change this to a slightly greenish tone. This way we'll be having a very interesting color which we can use on the base. Now, since we have applied all of the materials and I feel like that the bottom is slightly more saturated, I can come here and I can tweak it just a touch. And I can make this green more inclined towards the blue, so kind of a turquoise color. We are done with this stage. If you'll click at this play render button, you will be able to see a very rough estimation of how your scene is going to look like. Right now, since it does not have a all of the lighting panels set up with the backdrop, we don't have the reflections and the lights bouncing shadows and things like that. So we are done with the modeling, we are done with the texturing as well. Now moving on to the second stage, which is lighting the whole scene. So for the lighting of the whole scene, we are gonna create a backdrop first. So in order to create a backdrop, what you can do is you can take your plane, take it backwards. You can use these toggle buttons to quickly resize your plane. And then we have our plane here. We'll turn on our geometry to see how the lines of the plane, the geometrical distribution throughout the plane. And then we are gonna use our deformers. So in the Cinema 4D, you can use deformers to bend and tweak the shapes. So we'll be using our bend deformer right here. We'll click it once, and then we'll drag it and make it a child of it. So if I'm dragging it on top of plane, you'll see it is applied on top of it, and now this is a parent object, which is a plane, and this is a bend object. We can click on top of it individually to move them in the 3D space. I'll be clicking on top of it, and I'll be moving the bend deformer on top, in the middle of the, roughly in the middle of the plane. And then I'll be tweaking the strength of the bend deformer. So if I'm tweaking, you'll realize that it's not moving in the right axis. So I'll keep the strength as 95, and I'll rotate the bend deformer in the direction so that it creates a sort of a curtain here. Now, this is very interesting that you can make the backdrop like an actual cloth, and you can tweak all these super cool attributes here. And we have our backdrop ready, but it's not in the right direction. So we'll move the complete plane and we'll rotate it with 90 degrees. If you'll press the shift while changing the attributes, while moving the plane from one section to another, or while moving any object in Cinema 4D, or rotating or performing any action, if you press shift, it will snap with the factors of 5. So if I'm moving it and if I want to get exactly 90, I'll press shift and you'll notice that it's in the 90 here at the bottom. Or you can also come down at the bottom and you can enter here your required values. Now this backdrop curtain does not look um, very soft. So this is again the same thing. We need to increase the segments in the whole object. As soon as we are going to increase the segments, it looks like this. We'll bend the backdrop just a touch more so that it becomes vertical. For this, I'll be increasing the bend strength, and I'll be making it around. I'll be making it 90. Moving it forward just a touch. We have the whole thing set up on our backdrop. In the next stage, we'll be texturing the backdrop. We'll be using one of the materials on top of the backdrop, and we'll be using the area light. And we'll come here and we'll move this particular light. So it's a light source. So this is the first light source which I have put here, and you can change the intensity of the light source. You can see it works like a physical light. Since we want to make the process a little bit quicker, I have provided in the source file. If you'll go, you'll see the lighting stage 3 file. We can go ahead and we can use the same. We can use the stage and the lighting setup from there, and we can quickly render the object. So I'm deleting the one which I have created right now. If you want to switch from one file to another in Cinema 4D, you can keep press V, click on the project and come to lighting. Here we have a complete setup of the stage pre-made, which I've done. You can use the stage on top of your object. So here we have a stage object. I'll be moving that stage object so that it matches, it comes to our scene. Okay, so accidentally I started tweaking the original file. We don't want to do that. Come here. I'll save this file. I'll close this particular file. I don't want to save it because I've accidentally tweaked it. I'll come back to the folder which I've shared with you people. I'll open the lighting file again, and I'll copy the stage into the main file on which we are working. So I'll come here, I'll copy the stage by pressing Control See, you don't have to individually copy the different elements because I've already created one group of all of the objects and lights and backdrop here. Then since I've copied it, I'll hold B, I'll come here, I'll go back, I'll open this file, which we have created just now. Okay. Now here I'm gonna control V and paste the stage. Boom. We have our stage ready. I'll be hiding all the geometry lines by going to display and clicking on Gujarat shading. And we have our whole scene ready. Now we are done with the lighting process as well. You can tweak the stage. You can tweak the lights. You can tweak the positioning of the lights, color of the lights. You can do all of these interesting things here. Now we are moving towards our final stage where we'll be rendering the whole scene. So after creating this scene, I realized that the E is a little bit more smaller than it should be. So I'll come here and I'll resize it just a bit. I'll move it. Now, if you want to lock onto this camera angle, we can just click on the camera once. We can click this button here. So now it says camera on top of it. Now it has framed our camera. Now, just if you're moving it, it is also at the same time changing the movement of the camera itself. So all of these things are I've toggled this particular switch on. So now the camera is turned on and the camera is projecting here. So this is a scene which I'll be quickly rendering out. Now our camera is, if you want to lock the camera, so if I'm clicking this, it will click on the camera object. I'll right click. I'll come to our tags options. And here we'll find in the rigging tags, we'll have our protection. Now, if you have the protection turned on, and even if I'm pressing Alt and moving the cursor, I'm not able to move the camera. It is locked. If I want to move the camera, I have to create a separate camera, or or I would have to remove this thing from here, this protection tag from here. I can switch off my camera and I can play around, but instantly when I'm switching on my camera, it will take me back to the projection. So this way you can set up multiple cameras and you can render out scenes according to yourself to see which suits you the best. I'll click on this button render and it will start rendering. So rendering always depends on on the performance of the computer you have. So based on your system, if the system is a little bit fast, then you can go with the high geometry poly models and it will be able to render out quickly. Now, here I realize that all of our golden balls are a little bit more dark than they should be. I'll come back and I'll click on our material and I'll tweak it and make it just a touch lighter. Now, since I've applied the exact same material to all of the individual spheres, all of the individual spheres, the colors have been updated instantly. If I'm rendering it again, here we have our scene ready. If you'll see in this example, the bottom disk is floating a little bit more. We can quickly do that by moving all of our objects just a touch up. And now we'll finally render it and then take it to Photoshop. The bottom shadow is a little bit more darker, but we can easily change that by changing the position and the intensity of the lights. Now, if you want to take it for the post-production, if you're happy with the results, then we can keep it as it is. But if you want to take it to the post-production, then we'll have to save it. I've realized that we have a little bit less subdivisions on the cylinder, this base. So I'll be increasing the rotation segments a little bit, and I'll be re-rendering it, and then finally I'll be moving to our Photoshop. All of those jagged lines are now smoothen up because we have increased the geometry. So now the whole structure is much more smooth. I'll come to the file. I'll click on Save Image As. I'll click here and I'll go with PNG 16 bits channel because it will give us a bigger color gamut. Click on OK. It will ask for your location to save. Save it here. Then this thing is saved. I'll come back. I'll look at our file. So this is our render, or this is our final render. We can obviously change different properties to make it more perfect. We can change the reflection properties of all these materials to make the reflections more subtle, more strong, depending on the use case. I'll take it to Photoshop and I'll change the levels. I'll change the saturation just a little bit. I'll hit Control M on my keyboard. To change the curves. And I'll click Control L on my keyboard to change the levels of this thing. To make it slightly more punchier. I'll come and I'll press Control Shift S. You can also go to File and click on Save As. And here we have our final output of the post-production from this workshop. Now, if you'll compare the difference, the output which we had got directly from the render is slightly more faded up, but it's a little bit washed out. But this one is more balanced in terms of hue, saturation, and lightness, and all those aspects. If you're there have been instances where you'll take out the render and it will be very precise, but for the most part I prefer to go into the Photoshop and tweak the minor things. Now if you want to create it quickly, you can come back. I'll save this file. You can come to the workshop source files. You can come to the final rendering, this stage 4. You can click here. So now here we can click on the individual objects. So we have A, B, H, A, Y. We can change this to any name. So I'll go with Daniel's name, D, A. Notice I'm not renaming the layers, but if I'm changing the attributes, the whole thing is changing automatically. The object is changing automatically. So very quickly, you can use this particular source file for having a quick understanding of the whole workshop. I'll take all of these objects, I'll select them and I'll resize them just a bit. And I'll quickly click on render. You can also change the render settings. So if you feel like, so this is right now rendering in higher resolution compared to the last version which we had created with Erin's name. So you can change the resolution by coming to the settings, and now you can change the preset from 1920 to, you can come to 1K, 2K, 4K, or any custom size which you prefer. But for the time being, I'll go with the existing one. So here we have our final output as well, ready. I'll go ahead and I'll save it, change the format to PNG. And then you can take it to further to photo.
Hi, welcome to my talk Contemporary Typographic Exploration for a Classical Script. Many regional languages across the world are facing a serious threat of endangerment and even extinction. There are many reasons for this, such as international languages are considered more prestigious and modern, speakers abandoning their native languages, which leads to lesser literature, older generations not passing down their languages and culture to the next generation, and children being made to focus purely on international languages like English. This is also true in India, where a centuries old language like Odia is losing its charm. Namaskar, I am Saroj Ranjan Patra from Odisha, India, and I have been a journey to revive interest in my native language, Odia. I hope my work can inspire others to preserve their native languages as well. Odia is an Eastern Indo-Aryan language belonging to the Indo-Aryan language family. Odisha is the first ever state to be formed based on a language, and it's thought to be directly descended from an Odra Prakriti which was spoken in East India over 1500 years ago. It is the primary language used in early Jain and Buddhist texts. It has a very little influence from Persian and Arabic as compared to the other major Indo-Aryan languages. The Odia script took shape through the development, modification, as well as simplification between 14th and 15th century, when the palm leaf manuscript culture becomes dominant in this region. So the interesting fact is, it said that the curved appearance of the Odia script is a result of practicing of writing on palm leaves, which have a tendency to tear with the use of too many straight lines. Odia is the sixth Indian language to be designated a classical language on the basis of having a long literary history and not having borrowed extensively from other languages. Heritage of Odisha script. Like all other Brahmic scripts in the region, the Odia script developed through four stages. And this can be seen on stone inscription, copper plates, and the manuscripts. So the four stages are: the first is Proto-Odia, it's 12th century and earlier. Inscriptions from 10th century onwards provide evidence for the existence of the Old Odia language. Although the earliest known inscription that actually contains Odia lines is dated to 1249 century. Second is early Middle Odia. It's from 1200 to 1400 century. The earliest use of prose can be found in the Madala Panji of Jagannath temple at Puri. This dates back to the 12th century. For your information, Madalapanji is a chronicle of the ancient Jagannath temple in the city of Puri, Odisha, and it describes the historical events of Odisha related to Lord Jagannath and the temple. Third is Middle Odia, it's 1400 to 1700 century. Five Odia poets emerged during the late 15th and early 16th centuries. They were called Pancha Sakha. Pancha means five and Sakha means friends. So these five friends were Balaram Das, Jagannath Das, Achyutananda Das, Ananta Das, and Jasavanta Das. They are converted ancient Hindu texts into prose, making it simple and easy for the people to understand. Fourth is late Middle Odia. It's 1700 to 1850 century. So during this era, a new form of epics and poems evolved called Chanda Kavya. And modern Odia is 1850 to till present day. In 1837, the Christian missionaries established a press, the Kotak Mission Press, which was the first press, and earliest journals in Odia were also published by them. In 1895, a book named Varnabodha was published, which was written by Madhusudan Rao. It's a Bible for everyone who wants to learn Odia. Between 1930 and 1940, the Purnachandra Odia Bhasakosha was published. It's an Odia language dictionary that lists some 1,85,000 words, and this dictionary is not well known among younger Odias as compared to older generation. The problem: Odia is reduced to an informal communication language in Odisha. The mother tongue that was passed down from generation to generation is no longer taught to children, and some of Odia words are almost extinct and have been replaced by English words. So this is the word Vidyalaya. Vidyalaya is school. No one says Vidyalaya today. So they say school. No one says even Chowki. Chowki is chair, and so is Aina. Aina is mirror, and Kalama is pen, and railway is replaced by train. So these are few example of English words that are part of the Odia languages. So why is the Odia language is neglected, despite of having rich history and thousands of original manuscripts and being a classical language? We lack the understanding of why language is needed, and people believe that English can land them a promising career, but Odia can. Parents are correct when they say that English and Hindi are more necessary than Odia for a career. But what about your own feelings, traditions, and rich culture? Odia is now stated as one of the 6 classical languages in India, but in terms of visual aspect of lettering, type design, and digital typeface is lagging behind. Before modern mediums were unavailable, people used to create customized hand letterings, calligraphy for movie posters, record covers, book covers, wedding card designs, and wall paintings and signages. So here are a few Odia typographic work from the past. So the extreme left is Chilika Tire. It's a movie poster, and it's Nabin, the Nabin. It's a magazine, and the bottom is a Manadarpan, means the mirror of the mind. It's a book cover, and this is the history of Odia literature by Pandit Surya Narayan Das. So it's a book cover, and the next is Adunika Odia Nataka, the modern Odia theatre, and the bottom is Utkal Deepika. Utkal Deepika is the weekly news magazine. But nowadays, despite of having modern mediums, we hardly have some really good Odia typeface. Also in India, a very few people are working on the Odia typeface. And as typography is a niche and passion-driven profession, and there is no exposure to learn, today's generation is not much interested about Odia typography. As no one was giving this script any attention, we thought let the script talk itself. So that's why we started this initiative Hastakshar, means handwriting. So last year in 2019, me and my wife Sangamitra has started this initiative, and many of our friends from design and advertising fraternity has joined with us, and the Hastakir was born. We chose typographic exploration because it helps understand a word better, and this is a first of its kind initiative to present the Odia script to the world in a contemporary way. So now I will showcase some of our work. So this is Odia. We posted this on International Mother Language Day. Basically, if you don't respect your mother tongue, it will disappear one day. It's Bande Utkala Janani. We posted this when Odisha accorded state anthem status to iconic Bande Utkala Janani song. This is Sangha, means friend. This is Black, written in Odia. It was in support of Black Lives Matter movement. This is Prakruti, means nature. It was inspired from last year's lockdown when nature reclaimed the earth. And this is a motion graphics of the word Barsa. Barsa is rain. It's Ponatakani. Ponatakani usually a decorated end of sari that hangs loose when worn. Mausi. Mausi is the sister of one's mother. This is Asa, means hope. Diasili. Diasili is matchbox. I think this needs no explanation. Onasara. I think this needs a little explanation. I hope everyone knows about the car festival of Lord Jagannath. Before the car festival, the deities of the temple have a bath with 108 pots of cold water to fight the scorching heat. After this royal bath ceremony, the deities are falling sick and they stay away from the public view for a period of 14 days. This period is known as Anasara or Anabasara. So in the visual you can see the empty throne in absence of the deity, and honors are written on it. So this typical style is inspired from Odisha Pata painting. This is morning written in Odia. This is Bijay. Bijay means victory. So last year a very popular Odia cinema actor passed away. His name was Bijay Mohanty. This is history written in Odia. It's Itihasa. We were trying one Gothic typeface in Odia. It's Dippa. Dippa means usually an oil lamp made from clay. Mudrana means printing. I think it's self-explanatory. Snana means bath. This is Adunika means modern. In Odisha, we are very conservative about our culture. So you won't find so many experiments with cultural things. So as with Odia script too. We were trying this type exploration keeping the structure of the letters intact. This is Pana. Pana is betel leaf. There is a festival called Raja when chewing pan is part of the tradition. Banda. Banda means clothes. This was a post during lockdown to aware people to stay indoor. Sata. Sata means truth. This is what written in Odia. What means Kona. I think this needs no explanation. Yoga. It was an international yoga day post. So basically breathe in, breathe out. Amara. Amara means immortal. This was a tribute post for the famous Bollywood actors Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor. They passed away last year. Sabitri. So it's a festival mainly observed by married women who pray for well-being of their husband, based on a mythological character Sabitri, the woman who succeeded in bringing back her husband from Yamraj, the Lord of Death. This is Anida means sleep. Mamu means brother of one's mother. So in folktales of Odisha, tiger is fondly known as Bagho Mamu. Bagho is tiger and Mamu is uncle. So tiger is fondly called as Bagho Mamu. This is Pona. Pona is basically a drink made from chana, yogurt, banana, coconut, and jaggery. This is Swadhina. Swadhina means independent, and it was a Independence Day post. Ayusa. Ayusa means lifespan. So it's Similipala. Similipala is a national park and a tiger reserve in Odisha. Last year, a wildfire destroyed nearly one third of the Similipal National Park, and we created this post to come forward and to help save the national park. This is congratulations written in Odia, and this is Abhinandana. This was for the Indian men's hockey team after winning a bronze medal in Olympic after 41 years. And this is Basumati. Basumati means the mother earth. We are designing this typeface and it's work in progress, but I will show you some of the letters we have designed so far. These 7 letters are from the vowel. It's A, Ha, Hasai, Dirghai, Harsau, Dirgo and Ru. And we were trying different weight. So within this time frame, we managed to showcase some of our interesting works. You can follow us at Mo Hastakshar to watch more interesting stuffs. And finally, we want to say that we need to see a language as more than just a means to create career in the global arena. And language is binding force that connects you with your people to their core, and it makes you aware about your rich culture and history. And what I feel is learning as many as language is wonderful for gaining knowledge, global connectivity, and communication at your workplaces. But Odia or any native language is a fulfillment in its own. And the irony is, without my knowledge in English, I would not be able to communicate this idea to you all. And without Odia language, I would not be able to see the difference. For me, both are important. Thank you.
Font in your inbox every single month. Font of the month.
Hi, I'm Pooja, a type designer and an occasional researcher. Thank you so much for having me here. This is my second type weekend. Last year I was here with my friend Tanya George talking about TypeWorks, and I couldn't be more excited to have the opportunity to talk about something else that's been on my mind for many years. I will be talking today about lithographed books produced by Indian printers in the 19th century in the region in and around the North Indian city of Lucknow. How did they come to be produced? What did they look like? And in the process, I hope to show you how books produced through lithography and in continuation of local manuscript cultures offer us a fresh way of looking at book design. To start at the very beginning, what do you think of if I ask you to imagine a book? Is it a particular shape and proportion? A classic paperback like Penguin perhaps? Or maybe a hardback? Do you imagine a front and back cover, even some end papers? And what about within? Is it mostly text? Does it have a few images sprinkled in? I suspect both images and text are laid out in familiar, almost expected layouts and orientations. And yet, all books don't look like that today. Take comics for instance. And all books certainly did not look like that in the past. There was a time, in our case, in 19th century India, that the book that I just described, let's call that the Western book, was an altogether unfamiliar object. If a book is merely a storehouse of information, then the thing closest to it that the local populations were familiar with, it was the palm leaf manuscript. What was the palm leaf manuscript like? It contained individual folios held together between two wooden boards that served as covers. Now, each of these folios had a hole, and a string or a cord ran through them, and that wrapped around the entire book. The text was handwritten. It was aligned to the longer edge of the folio. The books didn't have any title page as we understand it, nor did they have pagination. In fact, if you really look at it, it didn't have a lot of similarities with the Western book as we are familiar with today. My concern today is the 19th century and a small fragment of the story of how we got from the palm leaf manuscript to the Western book in North India, the part of the world that I call home. Somewhere between these two well-known extremes on this spectrum lay a book that was produced indigenously and using the technique of lithography. These books have been called mass-produced manuscripts, but they were in fact something much more, a melting pot if you will. But before we dive right in, let's start with lithography. What is it, And why in the 19th century was it being used to produce books in North India instead of letterpress and movable type? Lithography, if you don't know, is a technique of printing that is based on the fact that oil and water don't mix with each other. On a flat stone, the areas that have to be printed are covered in oil or grease, while the non-printing area is kept wet with water. Because the ink is attracted to oil and not to the water, it only sticks to the greasy areas. After ink is applied to the stone, a paper is placed on it, pressed, and you have a print. Lithography was invented in 1796 by a German actor and playwright. He needed a cheap method for publishing plays, and lithography was his answer. In the years after its invention, it gained popularity for printing maps among other uses, and due to this, it made its way to India. The year was 1822, and the Surveyor General of India, who headed the effort for cartography in the country, suggested that lithography be introduced for faster production of government maps. His reason? The other widespread technique for making maps, copperplate engraving, simply wasn't advanced enough in the country. As luck would have it, his request coincided with the journey of one Major James Nathaniel Rhind to Calcutta. Rhind had learned about lithography in Edinburgh before he travelled to Calcutta, and he was already on his way with a lithographic press. On his arrival, Rhind proposed setting up a press for the government, and in 1823 he set up the Government Lithographic Press in Calcutta. And so, a mere quarter of a century after its invention, lithography made its presence felt in India. Now, this would be a good moment to talk about what made lithography so different from letterpress. The obvious difference, of course, is that while letterpress uses metal type, a fixed numbers of letters, numerals, symbols, what have you, to compose text, lithography can reproduce any text that is written as long as someone could reproduce it in inverse on a flat stone. This also means that in lithography, text could be laid out in all sorts of orientations and could be combined with images in any way one wanted. Both these factors were big advantages in map making, but also fundamentally at odds with the rigid production process of letterpress. Now, if we were to stretch our imaginations a little bit more, we can also see how lithography would be a great method for printing texts in so-called complex scripts. These scripts inherently defy movable type's requirement of boiling down all written language to a finite number of shapes, a limited character set that can create all text. If you have designed a typeface in an Indic script, say Devanagari, you'll know what I'm talking about. The character set we choose to support in a font has a direct bearing on what words can be rendered beautifully. Take, for example, the word Luxembourg in the typeface Cambay, and you can see that this is a word that simply can't be rendered well because of the character set that has been ascribed to this font. Contrast this with lettering and calligraphy, which is what lithography really reproduces. And in that case, the designer or the writer can use their skill to elegantly combine any combination of half letters and matras that a word needs. Now, not just one script. Lithography could be used to produce multiple scripts on the same page. No additional material investment required. The only thing, once again, that was needed was a person who could write all the scripts you needed in reverse on the stone. Like us today, the British printing establishment, whether at home or in India, realized the advantages of using lithography for multiscriptural text. In 1824, Major Rhind's government lithographic press produced its very first book that contained lithographed text in both Devanagari and Nastaliq scripts. Now, after lithography was introduced in India, in Calcutta in 1823, it began to spread very quickly to other major cities in the country, to Bombay, Pune, Patna, and Kanpur, and presses were soon owned by Indian printers. It was a kind of runaway success that letterpress hadn't been in the region. The political and legal situation in this part of the country offers us some reasons why. Now, just to remind you, India was colonized not by one but several European nations. Each had their own piece of the pie and their own rules and regulations about how to run it. Until 1813, when the Charter Act was enforced, the British East India Company prohibited all missionary activity on its territories because of its very strong policy of religious non-interference. North India, where we are today in this talk, was territory colonized by the British. The famous Serampore mission press, some of you will recall, was not in fact in Calcutta, but some kilometers away in Serampore, which was a Danish and not a British territory. The Serampore press produced scores of Devanagari fonts and published Bibles and tracts, but so far its influence was diluted in North India because of sheer distance. Things for printing in this part of the country were also helped along by the Metcalfe Act, which was passed in 1835. It paved the way for indigenous press ownership by repealing a decade-old ordinance that made owning a press without a license a penal offense. The first commercial lithographic venture in India was the Asiatic Lithographic Press, which was also set up in Calcutta the same year as Rhine's government press. It wasn't indigenously owned though. The press was owned by one Thomas Black, who was an assistant at the government facility. His commercial venture was a big success, and 7 years later, in 1830, he expanded his business into North India and opened a new branch in Kanpur. The King of Awadh, Nasiruddin Hyder, invited the superintendent of this Kanpur branch of the Asiatic Press to move his establishment to the king's capital city, Lucknow. The superintendent complied, and so in 1830, the very first indigenously owned press, lithographic press, appeared in North India under the name of the King of Awadh. This encouraged others in Awadh to set up lithographic presses, and by the 1850s, Lucknow boasted of about a dozen establishments, owned and run by Indian printers. An Austrian Orientalist who was tasked with surveying the royal libraries in Lucknow in the late 1840s estimated that 700 books were lithographed in Lucknow and Kanpur alone before the end of 1849. By the early 50s, in 1853 for example, the Mustafai press was printing titles like Kissa Mansoor Shah and Laila Majnu in editions of over 1,000. So what did these lithographed books look like? One distinctive feature of the books produced in Lucknow was their title page. This page had a broad ornamental border which enclosed a rectangular space within, and this space was divided into horizontal panels. The central panel contained the name of the book, and the rest of them contained things like religious invocations or bibliographic data, which could be in the form of subtitles, the name of the editor or the author, or other kinds of printing information. The title page you see on the slide here is from the Sikandar Nama of Nazami Ganjavi, printed by the Hosseini Press in Lucknow in 1843. As you can see, this is deeply and satisfyingly decorative. Nothing at all about it screams minimal. This style first emerged in Lucknow for Persian and Urdu books, but soon became the de facto way to style a lithographed title page in the second half of the 19th century. It didn't matter what the language and script of the book was. Take this example of a Devanagari book published in Delhi in 1880. The ornamental border still persists, though now the central panel has been taken up by an illustration. The top panel contains the title, and the lower one contains bibliographic information. What also must be noticed in this cover is how easily text in both the Devanagari and Nastaliq scripts has been introduced right within the image. The popularity of these Lucknow-style lithographed books was such that they even became the template for the covers of books published by the very famous Nawal Kishore Press. Established in 1858 in Lucknow, Nawal Kishore Press was the largest Indian-owned printing press and publishing house in the subcontinent at the time. Now, the interplay of scripts and images that you saw in this cover wasn't just limited to the title page. Look, for instance, at this book published in Bulandshahr in 1882. The last page shows us how pagination was happening simultaneously in two types of numerals. The image at the bottom, an illustration, comfortably sits within the frame of the page, with no explicit border to separate it from the text. In fact, if you can ignore that British Museum stamp in the middle of the page, you can see how the text was laid out in an inverted triangle and very beautifully flows into the empty space created by the two figures facing each other. What is very interesting for me here, and you can see it more clearly in this example from a book published in 1875 in Delhi, is that while Hindi books adopted the Sanskrit manuscript way of including bibliographic information at the end of a text, as opposed to at the beginning, which is what we are used to today, they borrowed the inverted triangle, a device from Persian manuscript tradition, to actually lay them out. Lithography also made other visual devices easy to employ. It opened up, for the lack of a better word, graphic design possibilities that were not possible using the letterpress just as easily. White text could be produced easily on a black or an illustrated background. An early example of this effect being put to use can be seen in the Mustafai Press's 1843 edition of Mir Aman Dehelvi's Bago Bahar. The visual effect was special enough for the volume's editor to actually mention it in his introduction to the book. He wrote, "The print is lovely, beyond praise. The title page is in white letters, so different from early editions." This visual effect remained in use throughout the course of the 19th century. Here's a later example from 1881, this time from a Devanagari book printed in Lucknow. Similar in design for the title page, though not as elegantly executed as the Bago Bahar. Lithography also allowed non-linear configurations of text that would be very, very difficult to produce in movable type. Calligrams, for one, which had been very popular in calligraphy, could be reproduced in lithography. In the title page of this book, called the Chistan, printed by the Mohammadi Press in Lucknow in 1839, the name of the author is only presented in the form of a 6-petal flower. Neither picture nor text. A calligram broke away from this dichotomy that a letterpress book so strongly enforces. Less dramatic but equally interesting is that lithography offered the opportunity to use different sizes of text with their baselines, or rather in this particular case their headlines, oriented at different angles. Not to mention the appearance of letter forms themselves. Lithography could produce the cascading letters of Nastaliq, and Devanagari letter forms could be strong and not emaciated looking like their metal counterparts. As typographers and book designers, I believe we must look beyond how books were produced using letterpress. Letterpress imposed physical limitations that dictated how book design would look. Lithography, on the other hand, did not have the same limitations. Lithography was cost-effective, and it didn't require the same material costs. In 19th century North India, it encouraged indigenous printers to not only set up shop, but also produce books in local scripts, often in multilingual editions, and these books received lavish praise. On seeing books printed in Lucknow, people would open their eyes wide and be drawn to them like moths to a candle, wrote Abdul Halim Sharar in his retelling of his father's uncle's account of Lucknow's book trade. There is something, I believe, to be said in trying to learn about what kinds of books people produced for themselves, results of slow cultural assimilation rather than sudden imposition. Lithographic books from in and around Lucknow are a good example. They had a brief heyday and their numbers declined by the turn of the century, but I think they can still capture our imagination. And I hope that my little presentation whetted your appetite and offered you a new way to look at how we may design books today, when the limitations of letterpress don't always constrain us. Thank you so much for listening, and see you all on the internet.
Hi, I'm Vivek. I'm a multidisciplinary designer currently based in Baltimore, and today I'm going to talk about my year-long thesis project I did during my MFA at MICA, where I experimented on combining type and sound. Professionally, I'm a graphic designer and I love typography, but when I'm not designing, I like to create soundscapes, ambient pieces of music combining digitally produced sounds with field recordings. While pursuing my MFA, I used my thesis project as an opportunity to combine both of my practices. In the early stages of the project, I was looking for commonalities between these mediums, something that connects, something that can hold both of these mediums as one project. First interesting thing I found was the lingo of these practices. Concepts like composition, rhythm, hierarchy, pacing, etc. are common in both. But the biggest commonality I found was how evocative both of these mediums were. I think typography and the way it is designed or composed in a medium conveys a certain emotion in itself. Each and every typeface has its own voice, and music is one of the most evocative mediums out there. I started with flow. According to Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, a Hungarian psychologist, whose name I'm definitely butchering. The state of flow is when someone gets wholly absorbed in the activity at hand and achieves optimal experience and genuine satisfaction. As artists and designers, I feel we are very familiar with the state of flow, and I think it's one of the best things about what we do. For the musical aspect, I try to capture the feeling with an ambient soundscape. To quote Brian Eno, a musician, record producer, and a visual artist, ambient music is intended to induce calm and a space to think, which I thought went with the concept of flow very well. It's a mellow piece that consists of a continuous soft bass line, a synth melody, which is predominantly on the minor key, and some choir sounds in the mix. To visualize the flow in the typographical form, I started experimenting with the type structure by constructing it with recurring circles. Because circles don't have corners or defined beginning or an end, it suggests a continuous sort of movement. So I stacked them in a repetitive manner to create a tunnel-like visual, analogizing the focused state of mind. Considering the repetition of shapes will also give it a rhythmic quality of sorts. I played with varied sizes and overlapping of the circles. Varied sizes of circles was doing an interesting thing. It was adding a sort of typographical contrast to the type forms, while also giving it a wave-like visual flow. Employing a similar technique, I designed serif-like projections off of the main structure. I opted for bigger circles in those projections as I wanted to keep the feeling of openness to the design. This is the complete set of alphabets that I designed. Now was the most interesting part, to combine the type with a sound. I took my design to processing, which is a Java-based coding software for designers, and assigned the frequency data from particular channels from my music to the set of circles in my type. So as the assigned frequency changed in the music, so did the sizes of the circles, creating this ripple motion as a result. And this is the final piece of type interacting with the music. Enjoy. I went ahead and did some printing materials for this. I designed by capturing some of my type forms in the middle of interacting with the music or the actual designs, the initial designs that I designed for the type. Second is angst or anxiety. It's an emotion of mental chaos starting from a single negative thought that disrupts the entire mental peace. I faced a lot of anxiety, especially in 2020, so I really wanted to capture this emotion. With this musical composition, I was trying to create an eerie and ominous atmosphere and a feeling of constant danger, very much inspired from Johan Johansson's musical score from the movie Arrival. Visualizing this emotion in the type forms, I knew I had to start with an orderly form, a metaphorical calmness or perfection of maybe grid-like structures, and then break that grid to introduce the chaos. To highlight the order in the first stage, I designed my type forms with lines and angular shapes sticking closely to my grid structure. For the other end of the spectrum, with the use of code, I randomized the intersection of the grid structure, generating a jumbled up disarray of shapes and lines, giving only hints of the typographic form of the early stage. To give my typeface the ability to interplay with the music, I assigned the distribution array of randomizations to map and reflect the changes in the selected musical frequencies. So the more changes in the frequency, more randomizations in the type forms. And this is the complete set of alphabets. And this is the final piece with the music. Enjoy. Third is endure. I like to think endurance is an emotion of progression. It is not static. I like to think to endure is not to just go through or last in a situation, but to come out stronger, which is what I try to show in the musical piece. To show this progression in the typographic context, I knew I would have to develop variable stages representing this progression and rise. I decided to start with a thin set of glyphs formed out of broken lines, sequencing from that initial stage to a more unbroken and then stable and bolder type forms. I used code to generate morphing stages in between these extremes to connect and bring everything together, making it one typeface. This is the complete set of alphabets. And finally, the type forms reacting to music. These are the printed materials I designed for Endure. In a similar vein to the earlier ones, it has type specimens and posters and other stuff. The final is twinge. Twinge is an experience of mental pain, and it is sudden and sharp and intense. The sharpness of the emotion was the inspiration behind the sound and the visuals in this case. The music consists of recurring high-pitched bell-like synth sounds. To achieve that sharpness in the type form, I added protruding thorn-like extensions to the type and added variable stages, increasing and decreasing the amount of these thorns, representing the increase and decrease in the intensity of pain. This is the complete set of alphabets. And this is the type forms reacting to music. And finally, I'll leave you with the printed materials I did for the twinge. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I see enough people here. Let's start, and others may join. And this is my mini workshop. And as I said in my email earlier, we're not going to have quite actual hands-on sessions. So feel free to speak up if you have questions. But we'll try to make the discussions brief and informative. The title, Unicode is not for you, comes from a smaller talk I gave earlier. People know that this whole idea is quite an old tale I have been trying to tell to more and more people about how type folks, font designers, producers, whoever engineering on producing fonts should understand Unicode in a way specific to how fonts work. And the Unicode standard itself does not really work as it is. And this sentence, Unicode is not for you, it felt wild when I added it to my earlier talk. And then it became my favorite message. I think this message actually is clear, and it really means what I want to convey. And so the Unicode standard, it is the technical standard for general text encoding. And as of this September, we have Unicode 14 now. And one of our signed up participants, I think Sophia, actually designed the cover for the Unicode 14 course specification. That's a special mention. And we do fonts. Basically, fonts, they're just a bunch of glyphs. And but the special part is we do digital font. And it's still a bunch of glyphs, but it's accessed from digital text. And these days, it's basically Unicode encoded text. Unicode is so everywhere. It's everywhere, and people keep thinking Unicode is digital text. Digital text is Unicode, which is sort of all right, but it doesn't really serve font producers so well, and we struggle a lot. And font today, its responsibility is really heavy. I keep talking about this idea of a digital text ecosystem. It's a life cycle. We have digital text, and our fonts provide a means to reproduce the visual form out from it. And in these days, we try to take advantage of open type layout as well. Font people usually just call it features, but I'd like to get the term precise. It's OTL, open type layout. This is the technology that allows contextual variations and advanced kerning and whatever, and user customizable features. You can turn things on and off out of the single font. But we'll talk about how many of you and us abuse open OTL when producing fonts. And if you haven't actually given the OTL spec a read, go for it. It's important to read the specification itself instead of just relying on whatever limited knowledge you get from the implementations, like softwares, that font editors. And since we do not have actual hands-on, I'd like to introduce a kind of a parallel track here. I want us to pretend we are working on the project and a font project. We think we may make this project include Latin and Devanagari, which sounds pretty standard. in a way how we consider our projects. But is that right? Do you really start your multilingual font with a brief saying it's going to support Latin and Devanagari? Does it work like that? It's not, because fonts are supposed to serve languages, not scripts. As professionals, we think script is such a brilliant idea. And we talk about scripts are language independent, and Unicode has the concept of script, and there are blocks and whatsoever. But script, fundamentally, it's a technical abstraction. It was basically, this script we're talking about today was basically invented by the Unicode standard. It must have been talked about by other people, but Unicode standard being the digital text encoding. Excuse me, I just got notification saying participants can now see my screen. I hope you guys did see it earlier, but Zoom does its thing. Okay, good. I was saying script is such an abstraction by a specific technical standard. It's created in a way more or less to organize our glyphs and the encoded characters into manageable groups. But a language independent script, it does not really exist. And if you're talking about the Latin or something, sometimes I complain that linguistic professionals don't really write their papers from a script point of view. But gradually I realized that the script does not really exist on its own. It's always just a set of letters for English, A to Z, and we call it English writing system. And then French happens to use the similar set of thing. And then if we just zoom out and look at all the writing systems, yes, they do share some symbols. But why this A-like thing in the so-called Latin using languages is really different from the Cyrillic A? What's the difference? Why are they grouped differently? It's really a technical abstraction. And therefore, when we set out for a project, a font project, we need to pin down our goal to languages. And for example, we can do English and Dutch, which has a pretty simple writing system, and then Hindi. I did some basic background research on you guys, and I think like half of you have Indic project experience, and at least 3 of you have designed Devanagari typefaces. And also 3 of you Tamil, and 1 or 2 Gujarati, and 1 Hangul and something. So so now we have a project actually aimed for a set of languages, or actually the written form of their languages. And then people usually think about, you and I, we would think about, now let's define the character set, because then I'm gonna draw out a list of glyphs, a grid, and then fill in all the outlines. But don't do that, because you're not supposed to give Unicode characters a look. You're supposed to digitalize how you want text to look, and text exists independent from the Unicode standard. And we have to talk about glyph versus character. It's such a cliche topic. It is cringy even to me. But font people usually talk about this as we say, oh, we're so good at doing fonts. We know the difference between glyphs and character now. And yeah, it's an important distinction. This distinction is probably one of the most important concepts from the Unicode standard. This is the reason why the Unicode standard one of the big reasons why the Unicode standard is successful today, because it tried to make abstraction from our concrete glyphs and try to come up with the idea of some abstract characters and then try to assign them integers. And then we have the encoded characters at each code point. And but all of that, the Unicode standard doing that, the goal is to allow interchangeable digital text. Like I sent you a text message today, no matter what font I'm using, what font you're using, we see pretty much the same text. This shouldn't really concern type design, right? Because we're talking about a single font here. So you see, Unicode tries to unify all of these variants into one. But at the end of the day, we're designing a new font, new typeface, and it's got to have its own distinct look. It's kind of, we need to trace back to the unification origin and try to bring the personality back from the text. It's kind of backward. And because Unicode's unification and generalization was not only meant for font. Its generalization doesn't work for font so well. We'll talk about that later. And but now, since we're talking about glyph with versus character, I want you to understand a character, a so-called character, or more precisely in the Unicode standard, those encoded abstract characters. Each one of them has an identity. For this identity, you cannot really precisely define what identity of a Latin small letter A is. The best you could do is to give it something, some machine processable information. For example, here we have the code point, and we give each character a so-called representative glyph, and then its character's name. And both the code point and character names are supposed to be stable forever. And but we do change representative glyphs from time to time. But altogether, the three of them define a character's identity. And also there's abundant background documentation provided supporting that. But generally speaking, it's quite vague what a character actually represents. And that shouldn't really bother us too much when we are just designing a font. Many of you have seen code charts. And the second part of code chart document is called names list. You'll see all the information there, but should they really concern you? Are they really relevant to how you're designing a font for the languages English, Dutch, and Hindi? They probably do concern you at some point, but shouldn't concern you from the beginning. And also, just to mention, the Unicode standard also defines properties for each characters. And this is why the Unicode standard is powerful, because it's not only the three pieces of information defining identity, but also some useful properties. But try not to abuse them. One of the font editors really tries to rely on the general category property when doing a lot of business like mark positioning and stuff. Those property values, they are likely not defined for font production. And as we are one of the few industries that actually understand, at least should understand digital text, and we can do better than just abusing existing properties that are there for a more general consumption. So we, instead of character set, always think about glyph set. character set exists. It's just, I know many of you refer to your glyph set as character set, especially for Latin designers. And that's all right when your situation is simple enough, like you have a one-to-one mapping, but quickly your understanding will fall apart. And so make a clear distinction about you're drawing your glyph set, and then character set, such as Adobe Latin 3 or something, or even some Unicode blocks. I try to tell people, understand them as your public API, as in they are how users access your bunch of glyphs, and it's your entry points to your glyphs, and people apply your font to a string of Unicode characters, and if those characters fall in your character set, the rendering environment, the typesetting environment can actually access your glyphs, maybe even contextually, and then hit one of your glyphs. But that's a really secondary concern compared to how you're designing the glyph set. And especially, we see a lot of briefs from clients saying, oh, I'm going to ask you to support this and that Unicode block. And sometimes you cannot really argue with clients, but try to understand what their intention really is. What are the languages they really care about? Because that's the only way you can prioritize. Because Unicode is about unification. It unifies all the written symbols into one character. And then at some point, you will have to make some compromise. You will need to err on a way that favors your prioritized language and sacrifice others. And also, by the way, Unicode blocks, they basically means nothing. And they're just how code points are organized in a way human can understand them better. So blocks have names, but each block does not even necessarily mean all the characters inside have the same Unicode script value. It's better to ignore them, besides pointing people to say, oh, look at this code charts, or this block's code chart or whatever. So now we have a language-oriented glyph set, which is good because we basically ignored the existence of Unicode and actually looking at how to do a font itself, like when people did when Unicode didn't exist. And this is the pure form of type design, and we should be doing that instead of pulling out a Unicode code chart and saying, I'm gonna fill those cells with my glyph. And it's also matter when we aim our project to specific languages, because this will enable us to examine the original text of the language and try to provide more indigenous forms for the language. For example, this is Polish, and here is a very famous behavior in Polish that AO with slash, so I often see in printed text in handwritten form. It's quite often written with just a stroke on the top. This kind of like a freestyle, liberty of type design gets lost when we try to design everything starting from mimicking what's there in the code chart. Because the code chart is the result of unification across languages. And that unification, those compromises, you do not have to suffer from that. Your project doesn't have to suffer from that. And also another case when where German is known to be so flexible about umlauts. But how often do you see these nice umlauts today in new fonts? Every font looks so generic. And even if you're just designing for a probably German-speaking client, they really just want a font designed for German. And but when you just open up your font editor, and some font editors are even nice enough to show you a reference glyph for each of those code points, and you get subtly influenced by those unified forms that should work for all the languages, but they don't really work that well for the work. They're just, they could be more localized, but how about just be local from the day one instead of trying to localize your design as an afterthought? Just always remember Unicode, it's unified, it's so general, and it probably doesn't work so for your type project so well. And now we get back to our languages. Remember, we want to do a project for English, Dutch, and Hindi. English is very simple. We're ignoring cases here. Basically, we have only A to Z. Dutch, of course, have something extra, accented ones. And there's even this famous J acute. And you know, Unicode has this idea of combining marks. It's so powerful, and it's one of the coolest things Unicode newbies tend to appreciate a lot. I used to think combining marks are so cool. It's the best idea Unicode has ever come up. And but now working on the encoding process and everything in Unicode, I realized combining marks are messy. They're messy enough for existing characters. For example, here you see our normal Latin lowercase I is just an I, and I acute could be encoded in two ways. And the second way somehow removes the dot. And J acute doesn't have the so-called atomic encoding, which is a single character. You have to encode it with a sequence, which is actually more like the default way how the Unicode standard wants you to encode stuff, although the atomic encoding is more efficient in space, and it's compatible with earlier encodings. And it's simply easier to process, especially for users who only use that limited set of accented letters. So it's there. But we even have some worse cases. Like here you see Unicode standard really tries to be very, very general purpose. It made its encoding decisions with a lot of considerations, like a case mapping. Unicode tries to allow lowercase and uppercase letters map to each other automatically. So when you apply your case conversion stuff in your editing environment, it works. It works at the cost of a very unintuitive encoding. Like you see T-Karen and T-Karen. Lowercase T-Karen doesn't look like that. Although in handwritten form, it may be a different story. But if you're just doing those style, it's very confusing. And the notorious G Cedilla situation, where it's usually preferred to be a comma or even comma above turned, but it's underlying and encoded as a Cedilla. But why does that matter to us? It shouldn't matter to us. For typographical people, the only thing you need to understand is the typographical basis and marks. And the marks are those non-spacing stuff that could be positioned on the spacing basis. And as simple as that. When you're analyzing your targeted languages, look at their texts and figure out what are those bases and marks you want to handle in your font, you want to cover in your font, and ignore how they're encoded. That's an important problem to resolve, but that encoding process, that thin layer of miserable processing around CMAP and the early OTL, like CCMP feature, it should be mostly resolved once and for all. So glyphs, not characters. And also glyphs, not letters. We talk about letters so much. Letter, fundamentally, it's a concept of a specific language orthography's pedagogical idea. So people talk about Dutch scholars will tell you, oh, in the Dutch language, IJ is a letter. Well, what do you mean it's a letter? Does it concern me as a font designer? It doesn't really, because usually IJ, upper or lowercase IJ, they look exactly like how you type INJ, and you should largely kern them the same. And people will argue, okay, they probably should not be kerned the same or spaced the same. But focus on the general usage first. And you cannot really tell if it's a simple INJ combination or IJ, no matter if it's a Dutch word or loanword word. So analyze this from a graphical point of view, and think about you're laying out a board of metal type sorts, and try to think in a low-tech way. Try to think in a world where Unicode doesn't exist, where you just want to set your text onto paper. And but if you actually want to provide specific forms like this, the uppercase form, or also quite commonly seen, the lowercase form for Dutch, you should include those glyphs. And you shouldn't really be bothered how they're encoded so far. You should resolve them later. And then Hindi. We know Hindi is far more about letters. So this is not the whole story. And this is including all the combining marks from how they're encoded, which, as we've already talked about, shouldn't be the case, shouldn't be the way we think about this. So we go through the text and we come up with a glyphs set of all of those conjuncts and everything, and marks, no matter how they're encoded, like refa and the rashtra sign. But then we run into the situation of there are so many combinations. It's not like the typical European languages. You have a limited set of accented letters. In writing systems like Hindi, you just have hundreds of and theoretically thousands of combinations. And the old way of trying to group accented letters as they are doesn't really work anymore. Then we need to segment them. Sometimes I feel segmentation is the only problem in the Unicode standard and how we utilize the Unicode standard, because all the messy problems, and they come from segmentation. The key is still remember the pretty same message that the Unicode standard is not for you. The is way of segmenting text doesn't necessarily work well for your purpose. And we can start with the Latin case. And here we see a string of letters. And but the Serbian scholar will tell you, and users will also tell you, oh, NJ is a single letter, but does it mean anything to type design? No, because it's not even like the Dutch IJ situation, which in some cases, quite often you do see them appear in a different form. But for this kind of orthographies where digraphs or trigraphs are just grouped together conceptually, it doesn't look very differently. But we do have those code points for them. But in my analysis, I've been building this glyph database for some time now. And one of the ways I come up to process this kind of legacy characters is to define them as something to be decomposed early, right after CMAP. So afterwards, there will be the simple composition of N and J. So they may enter your font as a single character and may go to CMAP and ended up a single glyph. But then we quite quickly decompose it into the component. So you do not need to worry about it anymore. It's gonna be your N and J glyph sequence, and they will interact with each other as how N and J usually do, kerning and whatever. Of course, some systems don't handle CCMP OpenType layout feature well, but there are ways to automatically create the compatibility behavior instead of trying to burden your font producing process by including all the variants required by these input characters. Like many glyph sets include small caps forms for these, which does not really make sense because those are just letter sequences, and small caps. You're talking about small caps. You are talking about small caps of N and J instead of small cap of these legacy characters. And so we just segment this according to how typographically this language works. It's a separate, the first should be capital N. And then the C-Karen thing, an accented letter, you may decompose it or not, depending on how much you want your system to be systematic and dynamically composable. Because yeah, combining mark is such a good idea of the Unicode standard, but it comes at the cost because dynamic composition means unlimited combinations. Means you need to handle all the letters combining with this combining mark, and you may not really want to handle that. And of course, these days we tend to just do anchoring and draw a single or two for each case, combining Karen and position them automatically. But is that really the best way to do so? If you're simply only designing a font for a single language and you only use Karen on several letters, why not draw different Karens on each of them and adjusting to their width or whatever? And consistency is certainly one of the ideas that have been overrated. And don't blindly follow that only because the Unicode standard tells you this is combining mark and it's composed dynamically. And there's another case about how the Unicode standard is not really helpful for type design. We have the Hawaii Okina symbol, which looks pretty much exactly like a single quote. That single quote. But if you go to any researcher's narrative, they'll tell you it's supposed to be encoded with this modifier letter thing, and instead of the normal quotation mark. People will also say, okay, in some fonts, they look different. And but is that really the situation users expect? And how is that? I mean, are you really sure the users want it smaller or probably a different form or what? And but essentially, the Unicode standard decided to encode this differently only because semantically it's considered a letter. But these days, even experts at the Unicode standard kind of have a general understanding that trying to encode characters semantically doesn't always help. Quite often, it only leads to miserable lives of users. Like here, you see this simple tick thing. and it leads to probably 5 different encodings, and the users cannot figure it out. I mean, English users cannot even figure out smart quotes and the dumb quotes. And now you're asking people to distinguish an identically looking smart quote thing using a different code point. And some fonts show them differently, some fonts do not. And here you can see in IBM Plex, it's even drawn with the weird spacing. So my message is, if you do not know what you're doing, if this thing looks like a quotation, a single quote left, then don't try to distinguish them. Be wary of what scholars tell you. When they tell you, oh, this is a letter people brag about in Hawaiian, this is a single case letter that does not have lowercase or uppercase. Of course, it's just a quotation mark. It's basically an apostrophe in a different direction. Of course, it doesn't have 2 cases. It does not really concern you as a typographer. And trying to understand their rationale, why they're talking about the cases and letters and everything, and try to think about how that concerns you when you're designing your glyphs. And this is another case for, especially for Tamil designers, Tamil script designers here. A famous, I would say it's just a failure. One of the very bad decisions we had in the Unicode standard by introducing a supposedly more correct encoding of the Shri symbol. And because this more Sanskrit, the palatal sh sound basically doesn't exist in the modern Tamil writing systems. That's why this character was never there. And this ligature, it's basically ligature coming from Granta, and people had thought that they had to decompose this phonetically, and they used that. And then people saying it doesn't help for users. If it looks like this thing, and if there's already one way that works, go for it, keep using it. Introducing a new way or a scholarly, more proper way, a pure way, doesn't really help with the situation. And for type designers, all you'll see here is you have a single glyph to draw. And yes, this is a failure of the Unicode standard, but we're gonna solve that once and for all with ready-made OTL rules. And then we have look at the Hangul writing system. I think the sample came from Michelle. It's a really interesting netizen phrase. But the interesting part is when you try to segment Hangul, of course, you first come with run into the blocks. There are natural boundaries. But then if you try to break this down to smaller parts, yes, you can do so. But, or even this, but does that help from a type design point of view? Because you're arranging, composing everything 2-dimensionally into a square, and you kind of need to adjust them anyway. So you cannot really reuse many of them. You can if you're really doing all the combinations. But if you're only trying to quick and easily draw a given small set of syllables, overly segmenting them probably isn't the answer you want. So we may decompose them into a sequence of glyphs, and dynamically this will also extend naturally to old Hangul combinations, because we have around 1100 pre-composed modern Hangul syllables, which is another strange decision the Unicode standard has. But then old Hangul syllables, they are not encoded as single characters, and they're supposed to compose dynamically, which our modern syllables could use that same mechanism. But as a type designer, you may not really want your font to be that extensible. You may just want to start quick with the most frequently used glyphs. So don't overthink about how stuff are encoded. And definitely, we have some natural boundaries. Every users know the idea of akshara, the undivisible, divisible stuff. And then because Unicode standard tries to think about so many text processing needs and tries to preserve the encoding order to reflect the pronunciation. It introduces all the weird reordering stuff. So that this part removed the left and the beginning part to the right, and then you may ligate them. But from a typographical point of view, it's not that difficult, right? It's just a sequence of glyphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these three, you may ligate them or not. So I'm personally sorry that our industry hasn't figured out how to provide the ready-made OpenType layout rules for every index script yet. But don't overthink it. If you just want to draw your font properly, look at your text and try to segment them from the graphical point of view. And this is another situation. These two words, they are basically the same words, but people may write or print them differently. And the Unicode standard provides some very obscure way to differentiate that. But how, from the typographical point of view, how are you gonna differentiate these two conjuncts? And now we need to talk about glyph naming in order to properly differentiate that kind of situation. Because now we more or less have an idea of what glyphs we are gonna include in our projects now. My recommendation is try to name your glyphs for your design time, for a design purpose, and your long-term maintenance. And do not name for a specific project's characteristics or something. For example, your project may use this form by default. Another project may use this form by default. And you don't want to name the same only because they are the default form in your project. You want to name them in a unique and exchangeable way so you can share your knowledge, so you can record your knowledge and attach your knowledge to each of the glyph identities and even share that to the greater public. So these two cases, in many projects you see, one of them is named in this way, another is considered a variation, and or the other way around, Gada and Gada traditional. But that's not helpful. And that's not even recognizing the possibility of better segmenting Devanagari, because we see here, we can break this thing into two. Then we see 3 segments here and the 2 segments here. So typographically, the situation is simply, we have 2 glyphs and 3 glyphs. The combination of these 2 glyphs happens to be pronounced similarly to the single glyph, but that does not really concern our type design. We're designing a sequence of glyphs. And the pronunciation only provides us with the way to name the glyphs. And so this is a single glyph name, and this is 2 glyphs and 2 names. And if you want, in many projects, you probably want a very smooth connection in line between half forms and the base form. Then you may create a typographical ligature to it. Then we use the industry standard underscore to signify this is a ligature. And this is still named entirely differently from that single glyph name. And if your project doesn't allow a dash like I use here, you can do whatever you want to merge that into a single name. But I try to reserve underscore for typographical ligatures and the dot for typographical variations. So in this way, it's easy to distinguish what glyphs are, which ones are important, which one are required by a project, and which one we can gradually implement. And also by using exchangeable set of names, you can have been trying to attach all the knowledge, been trying to collecting into all the glyph names. So here you see at TypeWknd, we've been working on this internal glyph database, and we hope to open it soon once it makes more sense to the public to use. And we have glyph name and its related glyphs. And it's encoding as a property of the glyph itself, and its variations, its variants. Each variant is defined. All the dot variants are only typographical ones, and some of them happen to have an encoding, and some do not. And then we record. Sometimes weird stuff happen, like for a capital A small cap, it may come from applying the SMCP feature to lowercase. This kind of behavior seems to be trivial for Latin, but can be bizarre for stuff like Greek, when people conventionally try to wipe out all the accents from letters, except a few. And then we can record all the information into that. And then we can utilize all the information to more automatically create open type layout rules. These days, usually people try to retrieve information from glyph naming and then hide additional knowledge in the applications. But I feel there should be an industry-wide way to document everything and to share the knowledge and to make the process and the method exchangeable. So now we have a devanagari glyph set with proper segmentation. So you see all the great ones, they are just ligatures, typographical ligatures, and we do not have to draw them if we do not want to. But other ones, they're likely more necessary. And the boundary between ligatures and non-ligatures, it's subjective. It's your own call. And this is the bliss you have as a font producer, because the Unicode standard is kind of fixed. It's designed generally for everything. But for your font project, you are able to decide your segmentation to fulfill your own need. And how you segment it shouldn't be affected by how the Unicode standard encodes them. Like all of these are atomically encoded vowel letters, but that does not really matter. They are simple inline ligatures. And then we start drawing and testing and continuously in real text, as real as possible. And how to do that, we have 10 minutes left. This is another internal project I've been working on, because we've been talking about trying to work around the Unicode standard, but all of our text, they are encoded in Unicode. And how do we get real world text and test our glyph sequence using our incomplete glyph set? Currently, my way of doing it is try to write some very simple dummy open type layout rules, just executing some critical transformations, like the ksha ligature, like the she ones. You see there are two versions of them. And many of them, if for your project you think these two gigi could be resolved with mark positioning or some contextual variation, then that's fine. You do not need to ligate them. But then because OpenType layout, basically a font provides us a means to convert Unicode string to a glyph string. We basically build a dummy font out of the rule, and we convert the Unicode string to glyph string, which is great because then we can call it a day and not worrying about Unicode anymore, because then we can focus on the real world glyph sequence that is converted from the Unicode text right according to your own need for the project. And then with the glyph sequence, you can do a lot of useful stuff. Like you can run statistics, you can find which ones are high frequent ones, and you can gradually substitute them in your finished glyphs and your work in progress glyphs could be substituted with other similar glyphs, and a lot of work can be done without worrying about, oh, I do not have a working font, and oh, I cannot really test my fonts in real world with Unicode text, because our goal is simply to make a better sequence of glyphs, better looking text. Because it's always about text, the written language. We have analog text. The text you see on your screen now, they're analog because they're pixels. You do not really know how digitally they are. You can guess that this may be very well an image instead of Unicode text. And then you get digital text when you try to type or you do OCR or stuff. And then our fonts get digital text, resurrecting it back to analog. And then some other users may type them into digital again. This is such a cycle. It happens everywhere. It happens at every keystroke you hit on your keyboard. And our fonts are responsible for maintaining the cycles. And the Unicode instead provides the text representation of our analog text. And because the Unicode tries to provide such a general purpose representation, it's suffering from so many technical burden. And the generalization is really a curse. And the Unicode standard even has stability guarantees and also some non-guaranteed, but good to have stabilities. We don't want to arbitrarily change our text encoding standard. But for each of our font project, our internal knowledge for the project process doesn't have to be that general. It doesn't have to be burdened by how the Unicode standard tries to be oriented for the whole world, every single usage of digital text. So we can enjoy a much better life by having our own analysis. So to be able to produce that kind of analysis, first you need to ignore how texts are encoded in the specific Unicode way. You just look at your text graphically. And then we have CMAP and OpenType layout coding to resolve. And I tend to think about them, as I said, as your font's public API, how users access your glyphs. And there's only one major message I want to give out today is that stop abusing your locale and stylistic set features. Yes, OpenType layout is powerful. OpenType fonts are so cool. You can stuff everything into it. You can stuff so many localized forms into it, but the locale feature depends on language tagging and it's horrible for users to use. And the stylistic sets, they sort of benign, but they do not really work for general users. Yes, for some good situations, they're the only solution. But generally, the locale feature should only be reserved for the critical, really necessary situations. Basically, it should be used to fix some mistakes, some overlooks the Unicode standard has, instead of abusing it to do whatever fancy localized form. If you think this font maybe look good in that way, try to provide an alternative version. Because the worst part about the OpenType layout locale feature is that it cannot be reasonably disabled. because it relies on correct language tagging. And for a user to disable it, usually that means the user has to incorrectly language tag their text, which does not make sense. So summary, we have last 5 minutes. We're not gonna share probably some of your projects at during live streaming, but probably after said our talk will go on. So the Unicode standards understanding of text is basically too general for you as font producers. That's why I keep saying Unicode is not for you, because it's too general. Something being general by definition means it's not tailored, it's not specialized for your needs. We have to have our dedicated abstraction. And in other more technical competent industries, like internationalization and localization industries, they have amazing intermediate projects like ICU and CODR, both also belonging to the Unicode consortium now, helping them to take advantage of the lower level Unicode standard. CODR provide those commonly used translations and localization patterns, and ICU provide actual implementation of the Unicode algorithms and others. So we need to form our own analysis and share them. I hope you can think about these abstract ideas I've talked about today. And but first, be informed. Try to read and participate in Unicode work. By professionally ignoring the Unicode standards existence in your font analysis doesn't mean you can just not understand it. You need to be informed. You need to read, and there is the UTC Technical Committee's document register, and this is an amazing source by Lorna, the website. Whenever you search for Unicode status and plus the script name, you get a list of all the documents ever related to the script, and which characters were encoded, and based on which document, which the UTC technical committee hasn't been able to maintain. But Lorna is just our amazing unicorn expert. She's been doing all the hard work to make sure the history is recorded clearly and properly, so we can always trace back what happened to the encoding process of a specific character. And if you are designing something and you run into some characters, do not know how to draw it, go search for its Unicode status page of the script on script source and try to track down which proposals it originally came from and understand the background. And if you're even interested in participating in our discussions of the actual encoding process, read our script ad hoc recommendations and probably even join our meetings monthly. But when in doubt, submit feedback. And always understand a clever hack in your font does not resolve the issue. It only hides it, and it's gonna explode later. I do not want to spend time talk about how Dutch JRQ wasn't resolved for years, but try to work with the relevant industries. And I want every one of you to see the big picture and take on your social responsibilities as a font producer. And thanks, that's it. I actually finished in time. Yeah. Oh.
Today I would like to present to you some new ideas for justifying Arabic text. Lately there has been considerable discussion around the subject. For example, at the latest A-Type-I conference, Ida and Mamoun Sakal presented their assessment of the problems with the current approach. Also, on the University of Reading typography site, Titus Nemeth has written extensively on the current situation, in addition to giving some historical background. Their ideas have helped to clarify my own. I would like to thank Patrick Jasson also for his comments on my preliminary ideas. In the past 200 years or so, typographic technology has undergone many shifts. Each change in technology has affected all the scripts dependent on the equipment, including Arabic. On this slide we see 4 different samples. At the very top is hand-composed type from the 1800s. In the middle, a handset type from the late 1800s and early 1900s. At the very bottom, machine set type that began to appear in the 1920s and survived many decades into the century. Finally, on the right, we see a sample of a digital typeface in a contemporary newspaper. If we compare the glyph sets of this font to the samples on the left, we note that it's quite reduced compared to them. This reduction in glyph set came about during the 1970s from the use of phototype. Lurking in the background for the entire 20th century was the typewriter. In this image prepared by Titus Nemeth, we see the use of the flat kashida, the stretcher character, to extend use in order to justify lines. This practice became very commonplace and was later absorbed into typography. Recently, Mamoun Sakal noted that the heavy use of the kashida has actually become a style of its own. This graphic demonstrates the use of such stretched characters in a typical logo or display application. Now, going back in time 200 or 300 years, let's examine some older practices related to justification. Here we see a page from a Turkish book called Tuh ve Vehbi, The Treasure of Vehbi, published in Istanbul around the end of the 1700s. On the right we have a partial close-up of the text so we can see the typeface in more detail. It's quite handsome and aims to stay close to calligraphic practice. At that time, Turkish was commonly written in Arabic script. Note also that the columns are both justified. Looking over the pages of this book, I will point out various ways in which text was justified. On this particular page, we see 3 examples using wider variants of certain characters: the kaf, the ye, and the aleph. Let's begin with the kaf at the top. Here we see a stretched version of the kaf, equivalent to the shorter one here. In fact, the 2 character sequences are identical. It's a kaf followed by an aleph. Moving down here, we see the sequence of a sin followed by aleph, likewise here, where the aleph is a very stretched version. And as you can see, the stretching is all curved. We don't have any flat stretching happening here. Meanwhile, down here, we see the same word in the yellow square, while the final letter ye is in compact form here, while it is in a prolonged form, a wider form here. These two appearances are identical in meaning. However, graphically, this one is much wider. In this set of examples, a curved kashida is inserted between two letters, in one case resulting in a changed form of the preceding letter. In this example, we see the letters he, re, h, and r in Arabic, here in the compact form, while down here we see it with an inserted stretcher. However, the remaining characters around it are more or less the same. In this case, we see the sequence of ha, aleph, here in compact form, while here the aleph is a stretched form. In the case of the stretched form, we notice that the form of the ha has been opened up, while in the compact form it is closed and cupped. Both are stylistically equivalent, semantically equivalent, but the addition of a stretch caused the form to change from this one to that one. On this particular slide, we see several characters, again, stretched through the addition of kashidas, but in one particular case that's very interesting, we note this digraph, the sequence of mim, re, m, and r, substituted by an equivalent digraph of completely different style. Of course, the main difference here is the width. So the choice of this variant is also a choice to add width to the line. Moving forward again about 200 years, let's get a quick overview of what the OpenType spec offers in terms of justification. The JSTF table, justification table, allows us to define a set of parameters for any pair of script and language. This includes a list of extender glyphs, such as the kashida, basically glyphs that can stretch the line, as well as code that can either shrink the line or extend it. Considering the very elementary state of Arabic fonts at that time, this was a very ambitious attempt to support justification. Unfortunately, developers have found it difficult to implement this specification, and the JSTF table has remained largely unsupported. You might then be asking, what has taken its place? Here we see a sample of text set in Palatino Arabic. The top paragraph is an extract from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the text is unjustified. In the bottom paragraph, the text is identical, but is set justified. The top line of the bottom paragraph isn't affected at all by the justification, while the middle line has incurred the insertion of some kashidas. Now I'd like to show the characters that were changed in the process. We can see through these green rectangles where the insertion occurred. Some of the places are chosen aesthetically, some are not. None of them are bad, but had this been done manually, I would have, for example, foregone this insertion and put it here between the scene and the aleph instead for a more balanced look. However, this tells us something. It tells us, even in the best of cases, the font maker and the typesetter are really not in control of this process at all. By way of introducing a new model for justifying text, where the font maker and the typesetter are in control, I would like to demonstrate a simulated action on the same paragraph we've seen before. Here I've set the same text in Sakal Kitab, very recently released, because it includes a rich set of variants. The top paragraph is set in its normal state, no manual interventions, while the second paragraph is justified through interword spacing only. The last paragraph has been subjected to my manual intervention, where I have selectively replaced glyphs by wider forms in order to achieve justified lines. Now, I would like to demonstrate in more detail the changes that I have done. Basically, anything you see in a green rectangle has been replaced with respect to the previous condition of the line. So we see various occurrences of wider alifs, some much wider, some of medium width. We see a wide variant of the kaf instead of the narrow one. We see a swash form of this ye. We see a swash form of the noon. The re is stretched, but as you can see here, it's stretched in a curved form and not by use of a flat kashida. The final lam here is a wider version. Nothing semantically has been changed in this text. Everything is semantically identical to the top paragraph, but without resorting to flat kashidas, we have managed to achieve justified lines. So how do we translate a series of operations of this sort into something structured? How do we make this approach speak the language of open type? As a first step, we create a set of methods we need to convert the concepts into realistic data structures in open type. What do we need to do? As a first step, we need to slide 13 over. We need to be able to translate sequences of substitutions into predictable, realistic data structures in open type. As a first step, we need to create a set of methods. Methods are substitution lookups that perform substitutions of glyphs by equivalent form. Here we see examples of such substitutions that we've used in our previous case. Of course, we can go into more complex cases than these. As a second step, we can take the methods that we have created to substitute sequences by wider ones and arrange them within something I will call a justification style. Let's define this new entity. What does a justification style consist of? A justification style consists of a list of methods to be executed. Each method is associated with 3 additional parameters. An area of the line to be targeted. You could think of it as a zone of the line, like the middle or the beginning or the left or the right. A number of times to be repeated, and the direction. In this particular case, we see 4 methods being invoked. Method 3 is repeated, is invoked twice. The direction of method 2 is going from left to right. We can see that some will be executed only once, some twice, some 4 times. And in some cases, for example, we can choose a random location of the line or a random directionality. Justification styles will be defined by the font maker and will be applied by the typesetter. The execution of justification styles will depend on the OpenType processor, a portion called the justification processor. You might be wondering, so what would happen if we apply a style and it doesn't fully justify a line? Well, in those cases, which I think will be quite unusual, we need to provide some fallback methods. The 2 methods that I can think of are the insertion of kashidas, and the second would be interword spacing. Now, in the spirit of allowing the font maker full control, the automatic insertion of kashidas can only happen if the font maker explicitly allows it. And if allowed, the font maker must also provide a list of contexts where it's permissible to insert kashidas. Second, interword spacing is a very simple method of adjusting for small differences and spreading it out over the whole line. So with these 2 methods, even if only one of them is allowed, it should be possible to achieve full justification. Now, this is just the beginning. What comes next? Collection of comments, lots of discussion, lots of refinement, and hopefully in the end a proposal. To that end, I invite and welcome your comments, and I will also welcome your questions in a few moments. Thank you for your attention. Hello. You see Daniel, Trent, Glenda, Mamoon, Richard.
Hi.
And Wayne, whom I have not met yet. Glenda, Mamoon, Richard. Hello, Ed. And Wayne, whom I have not met yet. Glenda, Mamoon, Richard.
1 second. There's a question. College, yes. Can you hear me? There's a question. Maybe that's college, yes. Can you hear me? Hear your own voice from that You got it? Okay. Question from YouTube is, do you think variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example? Question from YouTube is, do you think variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example?
Oh, certainly.
Question from YouTube is, do you think variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example?
Oh, certainly.
Variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example?
Oh, certainly.
Variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example?
Oh, certainly.
Variable fonts have a place in justification, a tat-wheel dimension, for example? Oh, certainly.
Hello, TypeWknd. My name is Shani, and I'm the Ismar David Assistant Curator at RIT Carey Graphic Arts Collection. Today, I'd like to share with you our rare collection of Hebrew wood type. First, I'd like to introduce you to the Carey collection. The Carey was founded in 1969, and it is one of the world's premier libraries on graphic communication history and practices. Our growing library holds over 45,000 volumes and over 130 archival collections. Our technology collection focuses on preserving the heritage of letterpress printing. In our press room, we maintain working printing presses and all the additional equipment that is needed for printing. Our historic collection is very much alive. It is being preserved through its active use in a wide range of activities, like classes and workshops, special events, and visits from scholars and artists in residence. The Carey's typeface collection includes thousands of metal and wood fonts, the majority of which are American-made, and up until 2014, all of which were exclusively of Latin characters. In an effort to expand the collection coverage of global scripts, the Carey acquired a rare and important collection of some 40 fonts of Hebrew wood type. Acquiring this collection was the beginning of a long process of converting the letters into archival objects that are accessible for printing, teaching, and research. The first step was to carefully clean and restore the wood types. This was made possible through the Adopt a Font volunteer program, initiated by our associate curator and master printer, Amelia Fontenelle. Most of the volunteers were not familiar with the Hebrew script, and yet they did a great job of cleaning, measuring, and sorting the type into boxes according to their size. Once the type was cleaned, it was time to look closely at the design of the letters and identify each of the style variations, so we can then typeset each different font for proof printing. We started doing this just as COVID-19 hit, so as you can see here, I'm setting the type in galleys at home and spacing them with corrugated cardboard. And once I completed the sets, I send them over to Amelia to print in the Carey press room when it was possible, or in her home press with the help of Finn the dog. Last February, we were able to come back to the Carey press room to continue the work. With the grant we received from the Rochester Area Community Foundation's Historic Preservation, Restoration, and Literature Fund, we were able to add student employee Kat Ward to our team. And here you can see her typesetting and proofing a set of letters. So now, after about 70 print runs, the entire collection is sorted into boxes. It is fully processed and cataloged and available as a historic resource. I'd like to quickly take you through our online finding aid, where you can find all the information about the collection and how it was processed. You can also take a very deep dive into this monster spreadsheet that has specific information about each font, its condition, the total number of sorts, the missing sorts, altered letters, and more. And you can also find our digital collection and have a closer look at the images and the proofs. You are more than invited to use these files for your own research and work. You can see here photographs of the letters typesets in their galleys and the proof that we printed. And on the left-hand side of the screen, you can read all the information about that specific font. I was able to identify two main style variations, which I named after design features that could be seen across the type. I was also able to identify these three weights: regular, condensed, and extra condensed. So at this point, we have a clear idea of what the collection holds. I was ready to dig in deeper and further the research of these typefaces. And I was very interested to try and come up with answers for some important questions, like where did the typefaces come from? what was printed with them, and who printed them? So these questions are tricky to answer since none of the wood type blocks in the collection have a manufacturer mark, and their provenance is still obscure. Their height to paper is American size at about 0.918 inches, so it is probably safe to assume they are American made from the 19th century. So the first step I took was to hunt for type specimens so I could visually analyze the letters and compare the design in the specimens with our printing proofs. I'm very grateful to David Shields, who shared the many Hebrew specimens he has collected for his own research. I very quickly learned that the process of comparing the letters in the specimen with our proofs was not ideal. First of all, the specimens show only random letters and not the entire alphabet. For the letters that did appear, I had only edited photos of the pages, not the originals or flat scans. And then there are the many variables that has to do with the differences in which the two printing were produced. Different presses, different papers, different inks, different letter sizes, and so on. But I think the design features are distinct, and you can see clearly when the typeface style matches. Like here, on the left, there are letters as they are shown in Tab's 1909 specimen, and on the right is how I recreated it with our own type. This is Empire Word Company, 1926. Eastern Brass and Wood Type Company after 1920. And Hamilton Wood Type. And I would like to thank Jim Moran of the Hamilton Wood Type Museum, who shared with me their patterns and the information he has about them. I also was able to see here that the type was available in 3-line to 40-line only, and these are the exact sizes that we have in our collection. So what do we know so far? The American type height, 2 styles, 3 weights, large type sizes from 3-line to 40-line, manufactured and used between 1830s and 1970s, and served the Jewish American communities. So I want to share with you how I think the stories of those Jewish Yiddish-speaking immigrant communities were reflected through their typography. And to better understand that, I want to take you way back to the beginning and talk very briefly about the development of the Hebrew script and type. The modern Hebrew letter developed from the Aramaic or Assyrian alphabet around 560 BCE. Hebrew was the language of the Israelites and the Judean people for over 1300 years, when about 200 BCE it died as a spoken language and was restricted to religious practice. It was only reintroduced as a spoken language around the 1880s. So for this very long period of time, Hebrew was only read and copied. Scribes had to follow strict rules and could not change the holy letters, even at the cost of poor readability. The shapes of the letter forms were fixed and did not undergo the natural evolution that a secular script would, like the Latin script, for example. The invention of printing was welcomed with enthusiasm by Jewish communities that were scattered in Europe amongst other nations. As religious Hebrew manuscripts played a central role in their lives, printing them instead of copying them by hand increased the production and distribution of these texts and contributed to Hebrew readership. But the shift from written form to movable type was quite problematic. Punch cutters had no clear model of the Hebrew letters. Most of them did not know the script and language, so they just copied shapes from existing manuscripts, usually of poor readability. While there was a period of some typographic development in the 15th century in Europe, it was relatively brief. The Jewish people suffered persecution and were often forced to flee and relocate their presses. That prevented the continuous natural development that is needed for the refinement and improvement of type. One example of the slow and challenging development of Hebrew type can be seen in the shortage of typographic styles in Hebrew typefaces. Until the early 20th century, there was one predominant style of type. It was manufactured in various foundries, mostly in Europe, in several design variations. It was usually called the generic name meruba, which means square in Hebrew. This is a reference to the square shape of the Hebrew formal writing style. So imagine this typographic reality. One style to rule them all, across all printed formats for very different uses, whether it is a textbook printed with small type that requires typographic differentiation, or a newspaper that demands narrower letters in order to fit in more words on a sheet, or a broadside that calls for a large and expressive display type. If we compare it with Latin type, at the time, Hebrew had no equivalent of a cursive and italic style, no sans serif, no display styles. All the type variations were heavily based on the meruba style, and in some cases, they were created by people who were not familiar with the Hebrew script, and once again, copied shaped from existing sources. As in the case of the first Hebrew printing in America. This is the Bay of Psalm book. It is considered to be the first book printed in colonial America in 1640. And it includes a preface on Hebrew poetry and language written by the clergyman and theologian Richard Mather. In it, Mather included 5 Hebrew words. The printer, Stephen Day, didn't have a Hebrew font, and he had to carve the letters from wood, which means they had to be considerably larger than the metal type English book text. So the first Hebrew printed words were not meant for Hebrew readers and speakers. And I think that even without understanding the script, you can see how clumsy and inconsistent the letters look. In the following decades, we see more examples of single Hebrew words, Hebrew names of months, and Hebrew proverbs incorporated within scripture books. Only in 1735, the first book with passages of Hebrew text was published. It was a Hebrew grammar book by Judah Muniz, a convert to Christianity and the first instructor of Hebrew in Harvard College. For that printing, a complete set of Hebrew metal type was sent by a benefactor from London as a gift to Harvard. So here we also see the Hebrew that was not printed for Hebrew or Yiddish speakers. It was printed specifically for the use of students for whom Hebrew was a required project. At that time, the Jewish American community was small, and they got their books from Europe. But from 1820 through the 1924, an increasingly steady flow of Jews made their way to America, and a new market developed. For example, here we can see Isaac Lesser's English translation of Sporadic Prayers from 1837. Some decades later, Jews living in Eastern Europe under the Russian Tsar were brutally attacked by their non-Jewish neighbors and imperial officials. They were physically segregated and suffered oppressive laws that barred them from almost all means of providing for themselves. A vast number of these Yiddish-speaking Jews managed to leave a centuries-old legacy behind and flee to the US to establish their new homes. Here is footage from New York City around 1939, and we can see Yiddish signs for Jewish American businesses, mostly hand-painted and all based on the meruba style. When the letters are well painted, the tool keeps them consistent and balanced, and the painter can control their proportion, the spacing between them, and the composition. Transforming those qualities into Hebrew printed typography was a challenge. Here is an example. On the left is the hand-painted sign of the M. Miller printing of better quality, and we can compare it with the wood type. So on the right, there are some digitized letters from our collection. Notice the bottom horizontal strokes. These are all written in the same way, in the same direction. That means that the in stroke should look the same. The left part should have the same angle for the gimel, the nun, and the pei. So this is the gimel's angle. This is the pei's angle. And the nun has a curve. Perhaps this was also created by a non-native that is not familiar with the scripts and the letter structure and simply copied the shapes. As I am exploring and analyzing Hebrew and Yiddish type and typography through physical typesetting and printing, the slowness and tactility of the letterpress process provides me with a deep perspective. It has changed the way I think and use type and understand its history and development. I want to share with you just one of the things that I've discovered so far. I think that all of these discoveries shine a light on what printing Hebrew letters meant and also how the practice possibly affected and damaged the design of the letter forms. Out of the 27 Hebrew letters, there are squarish in shape and generally look similar to one another. There are 6 letters that have descenders. The strokes that extend below the baseline help with letter differentiation. However, 4 of them are final letters. Final letters are alternative characters that are used only when they appear at the end of the word. And that leaves us with only 2 letters that appear in high frequency and have descenders, the Ain and the Kuf. We noticed that a lot of those letters that have descenders in our collection are broken. Here is the letter Ain in its full form, and 2 broken Ains next to it. During the printing process, the descender would sometimes break. That was because the bottom part of the block was not supported. This was done to allow for easier and faster typesetting. But if the typesetter did not secure the bottom part of the letter, it would break under the pressure of the press. As we can see here, it seems that sometimes those broken parts would be filed after they were broken in the shape of the block, and that altered the original design of the letter. What is very unfortunate to see is that the altered form seemed to infiltrate future design, as we can see in these typefaces that were cut in this shape. That practice probably made its way into the design of metal type versions of the Merubat typefaces, as we can see in the design of this typeface from 1939. On the right is the letter Ain and the sequence and direction of the strokes used to write it. Compared with the typeface design on the left, we can see that the shape of the bottom end stroke might be mimicking the shape of the rectangular wood block. What I see here is another example of copying shapes from existing sources that mistreated the Hebrew letter. This can be seen from the 15th century all the way to the 19th century, where designers who had no knowledge or understanding of the anatomy of the Hebrew letter reproduced letters shapes that made absolutely no sense to native Hebrew and Yiddish readers. It is interesting for me to see how the descending stroke of the Ain has disappeared over the years in many Hebrew typefaces, mostly in the monolinear styles that are used as an equivalent to the Latin sans serif. I personally feel that reintroducing that descender could be an informed design solution for letter differentiation. As always, there is so much more to research and so many mysteries to try and solve. We invite you all to use this historical resource and keep it alive and active so we all can learn more from it. I'd like to end with this video of a multilingual print that we created in the Kerry press room with our motto in 3 languages: preservation through use in English, שימור באמצעות שימוש בעברית, and Aufentung durch Benutzen in Yiddish. Thank you.